Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing on this fine, pleasant, slightly cloudy, snowy, cold-ass fucking Friday morning? Cheeseburgers. Yes, that's indeed how you're doing. I'm happy to hear it, Air C. You got an emote redeem already. Good way to start the stream. It's a dog shit emote. I will add it. Slorp. Hello! How do you do, chat? Don't make me... I don't want to get up. Should I do something other than curls today? I don't want to get up. Yeah, let's do something else. That'll do. That will do. Oh. How's the Eep? Eep was okay, actually. I fell asleep pretty early. I woke up at like 1 a.m., but I managed to fall back asleep. And I woke up again at 5 a.m. Well, that's good. Okay. Is the boss event today or tomorrow? The next boss is coming tomorrow. There's no new one today. Tomorrow? Tomorrow indeed. Early CITLALI post release today. I actually have to do it today. I don't have a choice. Anyways, chat, are there any news you want to share with us? Any news you want to share with me in chat? Elon Musk crashing out? Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah, I did see that. Elon Musk is like omega crashing out, actually.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Didn't he fake being a gamer? Yeah, I feel like out of all of the things that you could like use your massive wealth and influence as a multi-billionaire to do, faking being a gamer is like probably the most pathetic one of them all. Like, it's more than just why would you do that? It's like, why would you do that? Like, if you're gonna do something reprehensible, why not do something that gets you more clout than being a good gamer? Like, God, who are you trying to impress? Up there with making an alt account to call yourself a great father? I mean, that one at least I understand, right? Like, being a good father is something that's commendable, you know? So, like, wanting to fake being a good father, I can understand. Wanting to fake being a good gamer, I just don't understand. Like, why? Why? It's pathetic all the way down, yeah. I think it's cool to be a good gamer. Well, okay, very cool towel. Have you perhaps considered that maybe your sensory nerves are just confused from the fact that you are perpetually a cool towel? Hmm? Have you ever thought about that? Ever considered that possibility? Hmm? Hmm? That's what I thought. He's just a chill towel. True. Alright, chat. Let's do the best part of the stream. The moment you've all been, I guess, not waiting for, because we're doing it pretty early today. Okay, no cap, I'm getting this in 2. Fuck. I got it in 3. Not bad! Not bad! Honestly, not bad. Honestly, not bad. We take those. That was pretty solid. Owner of a shop called the Bun Also Rises. Baker? Kind of oil served with bread. Olive? Throw in the owl? Silver? No. That's not how you write silver. That's fine. Tasty. Relay.
Instead of confining themselves to the head.
Holy! 40 seconds! I think that's my fastest mini ever. 40 seconds. Not bad, dude. Not bad.
A compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same.
Aloha, Kiwis, and Event. Oh. That's some NL shit? Hell yeah, dude. Move over, Ryan. Sorry, I'm not on a first name basis with Northern Lion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was very presumptuous of me. I apologize. I didn't mean it. You don't know, you little bro. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Alright, let's do the Genshin Redact. This is a 4-letter name. Ooh. Who has 4 names? Jean? I don't think it's Jean, though. Knight. No, there'd be an S. This isn't Jean. Because there would be a Knights of Favonius relatively early, for sure. Okay. Is it a he or a she? There's like no pronoun usage. I'm really not sure, chat. I'll throw something at the wall and see if it sticks. I'm fairly sure it's not Jean. Who else has 4 letters? Alright, I said I could look at chat for this. Before the first guess. Ito? It can't be Ito, because that's Arataki Ito. Sino? I think Sino's a good guess, yeah. Very nice. Because there was a double blank here with relatively long names. And I was like, I don't remember what the title of Sino is, but I know it's a long title. So it might be him. Really good guess. Thank you, chat. And then we do the Genshin duel. Kaya. Mondstadt 1.0. Amber. Diluc. Ah, yes, I shall spare myself the hair and makeup routine today and happily idle my time away. It has to be someone who's relatively carefree.
Yes, I shall spare myself the hair and makeup routine today and happily idle my time away.
Who the fuck is that, chat?
今日は激用当色をかぶる必要も。不勒头不画脸。오늘은 머리도 색.
God, I don't know. John, I think we're losing our streak today. I have no idea who that is. There's no way this is Arlecchino. There's no way this is Ayaka. Not Barbara, not Beto. Not Candace. Oh, no. The thing? No. No shot. It doesn't sound like Lisa. It can't be Lisa. Lynette doesn't sound like that. Like, it could be Yai, but I'm pretty sure that's not Yai's voice. It could be Yunfei. Could it be Yunjin? Okay. Yai, Yunfei, Yunjin.
Yes, I shall spare myself the hair and makeup routine today and happily idle my time away.
That sounds more like Yunjin, but I feel like this can't be a Yunjin quote. I feel like Yunjin wouldn't refer to it as a routine. You know? Like, that's not the right word for her in that context, you know? Like, it just... But there's no way that's Yunfei's voice, and it's definitely not Yai's voice. Could it be someone else? I don't care that much, actually. Okay, between Yunfei and Yai, heads is Yunfei, tails is Yai. Okay, I just wanted to double check. Okay. Heads Yunfei, tails Yai. Not Yai, sorry. Heads Yunfei, tails Yunjin. That's tails. Okay, we guess Yunjin. Yes! Yes! Easy clap. Easy clap. Saved the streak. Saved the streak. Okay, by the way, chat, I wanna take a second to like to fucking it doesn't sound like Yai. But I don't know Yunjin or Yunfei's voice very well. Because I don't actually play them. Core and acting, true. I cheated on the heads or tail flip on Google as well. Okay, but for real, I really fucking hate the fact that if you there's certain things that if you look them up, Google will just say, do you want to show results based on your location? And then fucking dox you. It'll just post your exact location. Like, why does it do that, man? It means I can't do a Google search without hiding it. It's so stupid. And it's so annoying and I hate it. Anyways. What in the fuck is that Sayu, actually? Yeah, it is. Easy clap. Is that an angel? Who's an angel? Arlecchino, my goat? No. Yeah, I don't think that's supposed to be an angel. Then. This is some explosion. Okay, what is this supposed to be? Child? Oh. Bald. Rappa. What the released this batch? Question mark? Easy clap. Easy clap. We got 2 yun. Wait, actually, it's Tingy deux. Because R written UN is 1 in French. So it's Tingy deux. Sorry. You're online today too? That's gotta be Silver Wolf. Isn't that... It's either Bald or Jingliu, I think. But I'm not sure. It's not. That's a katana? Acheron, perhaps? No. Midnight Tumult. Midnight. 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 Why is it not? There's no way that's not Jingliu. What? There's no shot that's not Jingliu. It's... Midnight. Maybe it's one of the characters I don't know. Oh. Wait, that's a Kafka ability? Is that her normal attack? Yeah? Oh, I see. Well. Okay. We get it redeemed here because it's a Ben day. Let's go! It's a Ben day, chat. Pre-gamed. True. I definitely don't just say it's a Ben day every single time I do this. Pre-played. Pre-played, for sure. For real, for real. Anyways, chat, I have bad news for you. I have sad and unfortunate news for you. I've pretty much run out of interesting shoujo manga and manhwa. I've read everything that actually caught my eye. And so now, I have to choose between stuff that doesn't look interesting or shonen. And so I started reading some shonen, and man, it's so ass. Why are shonen writers so fucking bad, dude? Read The Villainess is Destined to Die. I'm pretty sure I've read that one. Read Bungo Stray Dogs. I watched that and I didn't like it enough to want to read it. Try Witch Hat Atelier. I gave it a shot, but it really didn't manage to keep my attention in the first few chapters, so I dropped it. Read ORV. Honestly, I'll probably read ORV next. Favorite villainous series? Good question. That's actually a really good question. I don't know. I mean, it's probably the one within the villainous, but it has such a small amount of chapters that like I don't know if I can really say it's my favorite. You know, like it's good, but it's yeah, you know. Can you read My Life as an Internet Novel? I'm pretty sure I've read that. I think. My Life as an Internet Novel. Yeah, I've read that. I read it like 2 weeks ago or something. My lesbian experience with loneliness is good. What the heck is that? My lesbian experience with loneliness. I guess I'll think about it. It's just one volume though? Oh, aware. But anyways, now I'm going through like the really popular garbage shonen manhwa. I went through most of Solo Leveling. I told you guys about it like 2 days ago, 3 days ago. But I dropped it after like 150 chapters because I don't know, man. It just wasn't it, man. Hey, thank you for the raid, Ruby. Welcome, raiders. How do you do? Ruby, when are you playing Balatro? Huh? Huh? Solo leveling hits so hard if you're 13. Yeah. Pretty much. I think my favorite bit of solo leveling is people calling Jinwoo a predator. I think it's so funny, man. Cause the huh? Yeah, cause I mean I think we're at that point in the anime context. Watch the latest episode, or like maybe the one before that. Of the Solo Leveling season 2 anime. He gets into a car with a girl, and the guy who's driving is like, "Hey, you know that girl's underage, right?" And he's like, "So." What's the problem? Balatro stream when? I did a Balatro stream like 2 weeks ago. Bro, okay, time is so my perception of time is so fucked. I don't know when the Balatro stream was. Stream was. Shut up, idiot. Right. We take a look at recent broadcasts and we take a look at what has chapters. Yeah. Balatro streamed 7 days ago. We played 2 hours of Balatro. That's crazy, dude. Where's that 1000-bit dono guy at Balatro mentions? I don't know, man. Sure as heck doesn't seem like he's here.
Yeah, let's get this.
Balatro music goes so hard. Yeah, bro. Okay, did you know? Do you know how Balatro's music came to be? Local Thunk, the like solo dev of Balatro, went to Fiverr and found someone to do the music on Fiverr. It's my fucking goat, dude.
Light it up. Teamwork is show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of the sky.
Maybe you can find someone on Fiverr to do 5 melt combo with CITLALI. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. Aren't these enemies pyro immune? No. You're thinking about the enemies in the talent domain, but those are also not pyro immune. They're just resistant to pyro. Anyways, Ruby or Ruby chatters, if Ruby's not here anymore. What'd you do on stream? Was there? Oh, wait, this could be an upgrade. Any interesting things today? I woke up a bit later than I did yesterday. Bro, okay, yesterday and like the day before, no, I think it was just yesterday. Anyways, I woke up early and I was like, yo, that's cool. I'll be able to catch my streamer friends that I usually like I'm asleep when they stream. And I click on Ruby's stream and she's playing the fucking story and I don't want to watch someone else play the story before I do it, man. So I'm just sitting there like, fuck. Why? Why would you do this to me? To me specifically. That's fucked up. That's completely fucked up. I need to stop fucking putting on my headphones right after I get out of the shower. Gamer dent, yeah. Just don't shower. Right. Why didn't I think of that one? You're so smart. Turn into Asmongold. That's such a fucked up thing to say. That's such a fucked up thing to wish on someone. What did I do to you, man? That's messed up. Alright, you guys think we're gonna get a good feather? I'm I'm actually a believer. Okay, we're gonna get a good feather from this run. You're gonna be like, what? Zajef, how did you get a feather this good? That's crazy. Are you incredibly talented and smart? I think so. Four-liner feather with EM, attack percent, crit, and crit. You're gonna see this, you're gonna be like, what? I lied. Okay, you guys think that flower that we got could roll well? Oh, don't make me work out again, Manj. I don't mind getting up this time. Ugh. Alright. Alright, this flower is gonna be the best thing you've ever seen. I'm lying. Roll EM or crit, please. I'd actually rather see an EM roll than a crit roll. So, how's your day going, chat? You doing all right? I read so many comments on various social media about how this is very cringe, and that if you don't have characters on Atlan, you suck. And I don't understand these complaints at all. This abyss is not that difficult and can be done with normal 4 stars, even without Auron. Why do you think this is happening? It's probably a result of the Papilla stuff. Or I guess it's not the Papilla, it's the other Tenebris enemies. Tenebris. Whatever. Oh. I think it's Chamber 2 that's, like, weird. Because the shields are big, man. Like, they're like, 50% tankier shields than the Papilla's shield. Papilla's shield is 72. Those shields are 105. And there's 2 of them. Right? So it's 210. It's 3 times. You basically have to deal with the equivalent of 3 times Papilla's shield. And while there are characters that are not Natlan that can deal with it, I'd say it's more rough than the Papilla is. If you don't use the right characters. I think in Nevilet specifically, not being so broken this abyss and making people think it's more cringe. Yeah, that's also fair, right? Like, people that have Nevilet have been relying on Nevilet being broken pretty much ever since he came out. And for the first time since his release, this is an abyss that actively targets his strengths, right? Where there are potential issues with him on both sides. Right? A lot of people don't have Auron because Chaska wasn't a versatile support, right? She was a carry. And so a lot of people didn't end up going for her, so they just didn't get a single copy of Auron. And because of that, Nevilet teams kind of may struggle a lot in the second side, because being able to break those Tenebrous shields quickly can be a massive pain in the ass in his teams. Like, it's still doable, but it's gonna take a while. And then on the first side, you have high hydro resistance enemies, right? Usually, you'd try to play Neviled on the side that doesn't have these hydro resistant enemies, but he's not particularly good on this side either if you don't have Auron. Did you end up trying Hyper Bloom with Fischl second side yesterday? No, I didn't. Basically a Mawika plus Melania Abyss. I think that this is an Arlecchino plus Mawika Abyss more than anything else. Because this buff is, like, worthless on anyone other than Arlecchino and Yoimiya. And Arlecchino's significantly better than Yoimiya. Yeah, Chaska does well, too, on the second side. But Mawika does better because she's just much stronger. That's just the reality of it. Mawika's just that fucking good. Yeah, this is not a great Melania Abyss, because, the Papilla shields aren't particularly easy for Melania to deal with. They're doable, depending on, like, what the rest of your team is, but, like, she herself isn't very good at breaking them. And there's high Hydro Res on the first side. So it's not a very good Melania Abyss. It's a fine Melania Abyss. Like, you play Burn Vape and you're pretty much just fine. But, yeah. Anyways, chat, let's do an Abyss run. Let's do something different, actually. Let's do this. And actually, I kind of want to do this on the first side. Yeah. I want to do this on the first side, so I guess I'll do a different team on the second side. What, though? In each? Without Bennett? I don't know about that. Hyper Bloom? This is going to be a bit annoying for Hyper Bloom, but we could. Use Auron and Hyper Bloom. I don't want to have to change his build. Can't be bothered. Wouldn't this be a pretty good Burgeon Abyss, actually? T4E? No, I want to use Bennett first side. This should be alright, right? Is that oven? No, that's curry.
Everybody stand, get to work. CITLALI, eat Papa. Overrule. Teamwork is dreamwork. Suffer the wrath of...
Yeah. This team's fair.
Know my sword. Witness the power of the wild.
Here's Becca. Check this out.
Share my knowledge.
As you wish. I got you covered.
By royal decree. Ring cutter. Know my sword.
Supporting fire.
The temple of wisdom. Odds for...
Don't get too close.
Wings of dark. Witness the power of the wild. Rain outlines your fate.
Fire it up.
Minute to memory.
I want to burst.
This was unwise.
That's not good, but whatever. Okay, What's this again?
Let's light it up. Everybody, show no mercy. CITLALI. Transfix. Teamwork is strength. Get to work. Suffer the wrath.
Yeah. That seems normal.
By royal
I got you covered.
Share my knowledge. Grow, grow, grow. Ring cutter.
As you will.
Know my sword.
Check this out. Here's backup.
Commit it to memory. This may turn a little.
Don't get too close.
Commit it to memory. Make yourselves at home. Let me read you a verse. Know my sword. Rain outline.
I got you covered. Check this out.
This may turn.
All right. What's here again? Right.
I'm going in. Fulfill our pact. Transfix. Let's light it up. Teamwork and get to work. CITLALI. Eat pop-up.
Right. Reviving. Give me the energy. Give me the energy. Thank you.
Commit it to memory.
Fire it up. Here's backup.
Odds. This was unwise. This may turn a little. Witness the power. Midnight. Commit it to memory. Grow, grow, grow.
Supporting fire.
Rain cutter. This may turn a little. Rain outlines your face.
Fuck you.
By royal commit it to memory.
Don't get too close.
Shadow wing. This may let me read you a verse.
Fuck.
Here's backup. Check this out.
Odds, know my sword.
Fire it up.
Witness the power.
Supporting fire.
I mean, he dodges fucking half of our damage. Which sucks. But, yeah. Yeah, this papilla is a lot worse than the last one. It moves more, and it stays, like, invulnerable for longer. It's definitely worse. But yeah, I mean, Burgeon felt fine. How much you are on Toma? Like 150 or something. It's not that high. If I wanted to play it more comfortably, I'd have him on the Arsens. But I kind of couldn't be bothered. You play Kave instead of Fischl. If you want the team to be worse, you can. You're welcome to. What weapon? He's on Fav. Ideally, you should have him on Kitane. Ooh. Ah. Action. How do you get enough energy without Fav? I mean, you get enough energy from the Kitane. Kitane is putting in some fucking work if you have it. But, yeah. Also, keep in mind, I have a lot of crit rate subs, right? I have 60% crit rate. All those crit rate subs could be into ER instead of crit rate if I wasn't on Fav. Zaros failed to play Chao in both chambers. Yeah, I was talking about that. Where like yesterday, right? I was talking about how it's unfortunate that this is the second Abyss in a row where Chao is like actually awful. And it's funny because he's getting a fucking Chronicled Wish banner during this time. A lot of characters just don't work. I feel like outside of Chao, there aren't that many characters where their teams don't really allow for you to play them well in this Abyss. The reason why Chao doesn't work is because he doesn't have teams that are good at dealing with the Papilla, but also, the enemy has really high animal resistance, right? The only bottleneck on the first side is the Animo and Hydro resistance on Swanee. So the only characters that are not very good this Abyss are Animo and Hydro characters that don't have teams that deal well with the Tenebris shields. Is it Tenebris or Tenebris? Any knowers? Was the 12-3-1 guy sucking energy from Chao's whole team who are all burst reliant? I mean, that's not the end of the world. You can break the shield pretty easily. You just accept that you're not using all your burst. Like Farazan burst, Kenyan burst, Chao burst, and you're fine. Because since he gives you full energy after you break his shield, you don't need to skill burst at the start. You can just use your burst. You don't have to pre-funnel energy for the next rotation. Look at the Abyss usage rate. I'm down. Before I do that, though, someone earlier in chat sent the character holding rate, which I think is a very interesting statistic. So I'm curious. 113,000 sample size. That's pretty big. The most owned character is a standard character that had a limited rate up banner, which makes sense. Usage rate. This is not usage rate. This is ownership rate. This is the one updated for January 2025. I don't know, but it was posted today, so I'm assuming so. Anyways, the most owned not limited character is Kazuha, followed by Farina and then Nahida. Then Zhongli, then Raiden, then Yelan, then Nevilet, then Chilon, and then Mawika. Really? I'm guessing this sample size, or I'm guessing this sample is biased because it's probably looking at active players, and obviously active players are more likely to have the current active banner. Right? People that haven't logged in this patch yet don't have Mawika or CITLALI, but I'm guessing they... Like, because this number feels too high, right? But if there is sampling bias in that way, because it's only looking at active players, then that would explain why this number is high. Still, it's interesting. About as many people have Yai as the people that have Arlecchino. And there's more people that have Hu Tao. Oh god. Ayaka not being 90% proves your point, Klugi. What's siege win rate? 10.5%. Chiori is the least owned 5-star? That's funny. Damn. Damn. Lower than siege win. That's sad, dude. Yeah, I guess Chiori was right before characters that people were waiting for. Was siege win? What banner came after siege win release? Any knowers? Emily? Oh yeah, and people were not happy with Emily's drip marketing, right? Yeah, and then it was a rerun. Yeah, okay, so there were less people looking forward to the next banner when Sijuin was around than when Chiori was around. So I guess it makes sense. Anyways, yeah, the Arlecchino team feels really fucking powerful this Abyss, but like that's kind of to be expected. I am actually curious about something, chat. I need to check. I want to check if I can potentially one rotate the Gluttonous Mountain King if I set it up properly.
Everybody stand, fulfill our pact. You two.
Without using these things.
I'm going in. Show no mercy. Laline,
Doesn't seem like it. That's fine. We can probably one rotate it if we use the things, though.
let's light it up. Everybody get to work. You two. Tight. Lay to bed. Bring it. Teamwork is show no mercy.
What?
Suffer the
Oh, we missed the crit. Missing the crit is a massive deal. Still managed to one rotate. Pretty good. Moika can't do that. But, like, also, we definitely cheated here. Because we cheated Bond of Life and we're getting 75 damage %. I like the way in which Mountain King is a soft check that makes the right teams feel stronger rather than the neutral teams feel weaker. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Are you using Bond of Life set or Glad on Arlecchino? No, I'm using Glad. I don't have a Bond of Life set. Is Shilonen better than Kazuha and Sucrose in this team? Yes. And she's still better even if you keep her on the Cinder City set. You don't have to change her set if you don't want to. Here's teams by appearance rate. I see. Most popular team. Makes sense. Wow! It's 3 times more popular! Jesus Christ. But why? I'll explain it in a second. There's an exercise redeem first. Is CITLALI still in center? Yeah. Like, optimally, in this team, you would want to have Shilonen on Petra. Right? With if you're using Arlecchino. Or if you're using Moika, honestly. Optimally, you would want Shilonen on Petra. But for both of them, even without the Petra, it's still their best team. So if you're too lazy to swap your artifacts around, and you want to keep your Shilonen build always ready no matter what team you're playing, you can just fucking keep her on Cinder City. And it'll still be her best team. But yeah, to the person that was asking earlier why is Shilonen better than Sucrose when Sucrose is giving an EM buff, it's because of uptime, basically, right? You cannot swap from Sucrose to Arlecchino or Moika, because if you do, you're guaranteeing that something goes wrong. What I mean by that is you rely on CITLALI's stuff, right? So you need to use your CITLALI skill and burst, but once you've done that, you don't have a Pyro Aura on the enemy anymore. So that means you have to swap the Sucrose before CITLALI. And because VV uptime is shorter than Shilonen's buff uptime, and same for the EM buff uptime on Sucrose, it means that you really just don't have a lot of uptime on those buffs. It's still playable, don't get me wrong. It'll still be good. And it's somewhat mitigated on Arlecchino by the fact that her rotation's damage is somewhat front-loaded.
Everybody stand! Animal test 60, get to work! You two! Time!
And the numbers you'll see will be bigger.
Transfix.
I'm going in! Stand clear! Fulfill our path! Suffer the...
Okay, we actually got Omega Unlucky Crit RNG, so maybe we should try this again. In an example like this, where you carry over a lot of Bond of Life, because you're cheating, because I'm just literally waiting for my second rotation, right? Sucrose may end up being better, because if you start at 200 Bond of Life, getting that melt at 200 Bond of Life with VV and Sucrose EM buff, is gonna do a lot of fucking damage. So Sucrose might end up edging out a little over...
Everybody stand! Absorption test! You two!
over Shilonen in this specific chamber. Oops. I want to do that, but whatever. This time I'll wait a little bit. I accidentally applied Cryo to him, which slowed down his attacks, which made everything, like, significantly slower.
Overrule! Let's light it up! Teamwork is... Stand clear! Get to work!
Oh, fuck. Oh.
CITLALI, each pop up!
Cryo can slow down bosses? Yes. So we got another...
I'm going in! Absorption test! Animal test 6308! Show no mercy! You two! Teamwork is strict! Stand clear! Fulfill our path! Suffer the...
540k on the first melt. Yeah. Let's look at the free-to-play Arlecchino. Because I'm using Jadewing Spear, right? Which is kind of cheating. Look at White Tassel and how much you can get with that. Jadewing Spear is free-to-play. Yeah, but it's like... Yeah. To me, it's kind of cheating.
Everybody stand back! Animal test 6! Show no mercy! You two!
Fuck. Fuck.
Let's light it up!
There we go.
Transfixed. I'm going in. Absorption test. Get to work. CITLALI. He's fucking.
510k. Oh, we fucked up our setup though. Fucked up our setup a little. That's okay though. But obviously, right, keep in mind this is cheating. Because we're specifically, like, holding off on attacking the boss so we can stack more Bond of Life. Right? Like, if we don't do that, we'll clear faster, but our damage numbers will be lower.
Everybody stand clear. Show no mercy. You two. Overrule. Teamwork is animal test. Fulfill our path. Suffer the.
Right, like, we clear faster, significantly faster even, right? We clear in 35 seconds instead of 50 seconds, but we get 400k instead of 510, you know? Yeah, as it turns out, 75% pyro or normal attack pyro damage is kind of good on Arlecchino, you know? Kind of good. Pretty solid. Pretty not bad. Try Yoimiya. I did that yesterday. It did not go well. We struggled to 3-star. Anyways. Anyways, Neuvillette, still fairly popular. Pretty much only played second side. Although, I wonder if Auron, yeah. Neuvillette with Auron, pretty much only played second side. Makes sense. I wonder if there's Neuvillette with CITLALI anywhere. CITLALI. I guess it's not here. Might be lower down. Because I wonder if Neuvillette CITLALI would see more play first or second side. Anyways. Mawika Vape teams see play on either side. This Abomination sees plays on either side. This sees plays on either side. Yeah, makes sense. Hyper Bloom, very often played on second side. Yeah. Try Triple Shred Neuvillette first side. It's cringe to get Hydro Swirls. Yeah, it is. That's the biggest issue with that team. Where's Molani? Not here. Molani, like, pretty much outside of her debut Abyss, Molani has never really been all that popular of a character. She's a character that's going to see a lot of representation if you're looking at speedruns. But in general gameplay, she feels like shit to play, so people don't like playing her. People don't play video games to have homework. They play them to have fun. And Molani feels like homework. Kenichi is so broken this Abyss. I mean, no. Like, Kenichi is good this Abyss, but Kenichi isn't good enough compared to the other characters that see more play than he does. Like, Kenichi is a... Basically, the problem with Kenichi is that he's balanced. Kenichi appears in usage rate, but not in appearance rate. Yeah, like, he's balanced, so people, like, not as many people have him. Because not that many people have Kenichi. Because he's balanced. We can play a Kenichi team. Eventually I should fucking level my Kenichi's talents properly. But I just don't wanna, man. I don't wanna. Should I? No, I shouldn't. Here's 11 to 20, thank you. Arlecchino? Arlecchino Mono Pyro. Huh, interesting. I guess it's still a good team. Is that the most played Arlecchino team, though? No, it's not. CITLALI is the most played. Interesting that Kazuha sees more play than Chilonen does with this, though. That is definitely interesting. I wonder if it's just because everyone has put their Chilonen with Mawika. It might be. It might be, actually. It probably is. I mean, fuck, dude. Is this the highest number we've ever seen? Well, oh, it's not. Last of Us Neville had 30% appearance rate, I see. But what's the appearance rate for all the Mawika teams together? It's probably fucking high. Because that's a lot of Mawika teams in the top 20, you know? Like 25? It can't be. It's already more than 25. 18. 18.3. 20.8. 11, right? 22.8, 24.8. Okay, I guess it's already 25 just from the teams in the top 20. But this doesn't include a lot of her teams, you know. So yeah. I don't think the list you're looking at is correct. Just pulled this. Fine. No, I mean this seems correct. No? 6.2, 18.3. These are the same numbers, are they not? 18.3, 6. Yeah. It's just that this is sorted by usage rate, not appearance rate. Wow, there are not a lot of Kenichi owners, huh? That's crazy. Nobody fucking has him. That is wild. He has 3 teams in the top 10. In the top 10 of usage rate, but he doesn't have a single team in the top 20 of appearance rate. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Alright, let's play a Kenichi team. I think. She on Deepwood, yuh. So I should have Mawika on Cinder City, but I can't be bothered. I'll just keep her on Codex. Whatever. I'm not changing my artifacts for this. But crazy Deepwood? Yeah, my Deepwood stats are actually fairly good, I think. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I guess that's not that good, but it's still pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess that one's not that amazing, but it's still fine. And this is really good. Okay, why is this my off piece? I need to get a better off piece. Like that. Yeah, that's a better off piece. Sure. Was that a 9 roller? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's a 9 roller. 9 roller with above average roll value. That's actually really fucking good, isn't it? Holy shit. Was that a comet flower? Yeah, it was. Shh, we don't talk about that. Are you on deathmatch? Yeah. Click enhance, it shows now? Wait, what? Oh, does it? Oh, right, it does. Right. Yeah. What's a good replacement for Emily on this team? There kind of isn't one. You can use Farina if you have her. Unironically, CITLALI's probably pretty good as well. Anyways, what do we play first side? We could play a different Arlecchino team. Like that would be a good moment for that, but I kind of can't be bothered. Like we'll play a lot of Arlecchino this Abyss. I feel like I don't need to go out of my way to do that. Could do this. I don't know about playing a Gaming team without Bennett, but I don't hate the idea. Need to check that this is on 5 VV 260 ER. We should be fine. Let's give it a shot.
Stray cloud confirmed. Get to work. You two. Hi.
Happy return.
Make way for the. Suffer the wrath of.
Mighty mythical beast.
Losing our melts because of that thing is kind of annoying, but it is what it is, I guess.
Seize the skies. Fulfill our pact. You two.
Happy return.
Marika's on Sinner, right? No, she's not. She should be, but I can't be bothered. It's not what I wanted to do, but whatever.
Everybody stand back. Light up the blazing sun.
I got him cornered.
pretty sure I'm out of. No, we're fine.
Teamwork is strength.
Pyroclastic surge! Target acquired.
Alright, how fucked is our energy? Pretty fucked, actually. Well, it'll be fine.
Spray cloud confirmed.
Yeah, we're fine.
CITLALI, it's Papa.
Up to it, Montai.
Seize the skies. Fulfill our pact. You two.
Mini Monkey returns.
We're not gonna get our BB here, but it doesn't matter.
Make way for suffer the wrath of me.
Mighty mythical beast.
Burning. Neutralize.
Locked up.
Light it up.
Yeah, we can probably just kill him with this, right?
Accounting corner.
Why did I do that?
Oh, glory! Let's go. Cobra. Especially not when I'm in a bad mood. Measly insects. Now you must.
Zajef coming? Yep. But now we have no energy. Now it's gonna be kind of bad.
Congratulations.
Bring it. Skyward. Seize the skies. Watch out. Get to work.
We absolutely needed to have energy for this.
Stop it now.
Oh, whatever.
Bring it. Fulfill our pact.
Mini Monkey returns.
Make way. CITLALI, it's Papa.
That sucks. That fucking sucks. We got one more crit. Oh, whatever, it's fine.
Skyward. Seize the skies. Skyward. Bring it.
Please crit. That was like really not ideal, but that's kind of just what happens when you finish without burst. On a burst reliant team. Against an enemy that fucking yoinks your energy. Yeah. Pretty slow, but should be good enough. Because this should be pretty fast. I mean, it works. Certainly doesn't feel like the best possible team, but it feels alright. You know, you break the Night Soul Shields real quick. And if Kanich was, you know, not the cringe-ass character to play that he is, it would feel better, but it is what it is. Am I the only one who feels like the enemies in 12-2 have tankier shields than the Papilla? They do. They're about 50% tankier. Each was fun for 1 week, yeah, pretty much. Well, yeah, so Gumming felt fine to play even without Bennett, right? Like, the last chamber was kind of rough, but that wasn't an issue of not having Bennett. That was an issue of we killed this boss at the start of our rotation, so we didn't have our energy, and Gumming without his burst is pretty fucking worthless. If we started with our burst, we would have been able to break the white shield in time. Exercise redeemed. Alright. When do we get to see squats like this is a grind emote? It is a really good emote, isn't it? For Klein vs. Papilla, is holding left click better than N3E? I don't think so. I haven't double checked, but I'm fairly sure it's not. Keep in mind your E hits 3 times when you do N3E. Close release? I don't think we're there yet. But we'll do it today, but I don't think we're there yet. Will you record an Ask Zajef Arlecchino? It won't exactly be an Ask Zajef. But I will record a video on Arlecchino, yes. Can we take a look at what other people think about this Abyss, actually? Right, so Luna's superconduct video? What the fuck do you mean by that?
Yeah, first this time, and then official. It's just
What is bro doing this time?
yeah, first this time, and then official. It's just I did not expect this team would be so blinding as far as the effects. By the way, yeah, get some AOE application there, and I got an achievement. What? Yeah, defeat 4 opponents with superconduct within 2 seconds. At least that achievement proves that we are actually doing meaningful damage with superconduct. So basically, the question I have is, okay, what happens? Like, how bad really could it be to do a team fully configured around superconduct? Like, normally you wouldn't do an entire team of full cryo and electro units. It seems silly, right? Like, it can't be that good of a reaction, can it? Normally superconduct is only used for the physical res shred aspect. Like for a Eula team, you do electro and cryo together and you get 40% physical res shred. Thankfully though, miHoYo actually buffed the superconduct reaction in the last version of the game, version 5.2, by 300%, like 3 times the damage it used to do before. So now it actually does a relevant amount of damage. And what I want to compare to is Chevreuse. Not that we have any character that's doing like buffing in the same way that Chevreuse does for like overload teams, but just as far as the overload reaction.
Okay, unironically though, like when we got our first CITLALI leaks, that was like my biggest complaint, is that CITLALI not shredding cryo res is really unfortunate for the future of superconduct. Like, I wish she had shredded cryo-res, not so that you could play her with Risley, but so that you could play her in superconduct, okay?
Itself goes. Overload is a reaction, of course, that does AoE damage, and it does a big knockback effect, right? And it has, for some reason, it has a special color to it. The scaling on the overload reaction was increased as well last patch, which is also a cool buff, of course. The reason I wanted to mention that, though, is that superconduct has slightly over half of the scaling that the overload reaction has now at a baseline. And in case you weren't aware, it also is an AoE reaction. Flap, you can see multiple enemies took damage. Overload and Electrocharge are actually the same AoE size, so you might just be like, okay, so superconduct is just worse. It's actually not. It can be stronger than Overload as far as damage output, and the reason for that is enemies have a limit of taking only 1 instance of Overload damage every 0.5 seconds, and when you're talking like reactions that can be triggered in AoE, it's not usually that hard to trigger a bunch of Overloads in 0.5 seconds. Superconduct, in contrast, you can have enemies take 2 instances of superconduct damage every 0.5 seconds, which means it actually has higher damage potential than Overload without the downside of like the knockback. Previous cryo units in the game didn't really have enough of a reason to.
You know what the problem with this is? Is that, sure, in the perfect case scenario where enemies are perfectly grouped, it's a little bit more damage than Overload. It's still lower? Is it? I don't think so. Superconduct Genshin. $2170 versus $39.78. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Like, it got Omega buffed, you know? Anyways, yeah, the problem is, like, sure, in some scenarios, it will do a little bit more damage than Overload does. But, like, there isn't a single team that is focused on Overload damage. Because it's not enough damage. So the Superconduct isn't gonna be enough damage either. That's the problem. And on Overload teams, because Chevaliers doesn't just increase your Overload damage, he increases your Pyro and Electro damage, you have an actual incentive to play Pyro and Electro units together, just because of what Chevaliers does. Whereas there is no incentive to play Cryo and Electro characters together.
To be built with EM for you to care about the superconductor buff, but CITLALI released and now you can actually care about it. Just in case you didn't see, but we have enough of a reason to be built with EM for you to care about the superconductor buff, but CITLALI released and now you can actually care about it. Just in case you didn't see the damage before, you can see flap. We have what was it? Blam. It's hard to tell. 15,000 I think is the damage I'm getting. Yeah, 15,000 damage, right? So total 30,000 damage every 0.5 seconds, as long as we have Electro application to keep up with it. So that's the goal I have today. One, I want to play Auron and CITLALI together. But two, as long as I have enough Electro application to support, you know, we just on-field and have CITLALI's, you know, normal skill application happening, but then we just on-field do normal attacks with CITLALI. Hopefully we just constantly trigger superconducts. And it's like, it's kind of technically a weird way to DPS CITLALI with just a normal CITLALI build, right? Being able to make the most use of this would require an AoE situation, and the current Spiral Abyss cycle doesn't have AoE. Yeah, we'll see how it does. I'm actually relatively optimistic about this. Before that, though, we'll go test on some different things in Overworld. I could try variations of this team with Hydro as well, because a notable thing that happens with the Electrocharge reaction is enemies will have Hydro and Electro on them at the same time. And when you put Cryo on enemies, the Electro has a priority to trigger reactions, which means we can trigger Superconduct with Electrocharge as well, which is, I think, an interesting synergy. But first, we're going to try the full commitment to double Cryo, double Electro. The reason I'm using Diona here is not because I need an extra shield. CITLALI hopefully should be shielding plenty for us. The main reason is because Diona has a C6 that gives 200 EM. I figure if we're gonna
At
do
that point, you might as well use Sucrose, though.
Superconduct team,
You know?
focused on the superconduct damage,
But, I mean,
buff
whatever.
EM as much as possible. My CITLALI I have put on as maxed out of an EM build as possible on my account.
Ain't no
I
way.
have the signature weapon, and it gives a bunch of EM. We're not really going to be utilizing the damage percent buff that much. The goal, by the way, is to gives a bunch of
Yeah.
EM. We're not really going to be utilizing the damage percent buff that much. The goal, by the way, is to on-field CITLALI. I do have C1, but this does not buff CITLALI, so because we're mostly on-fielding CITLALI, this will basically do very little. I think it's going to be more fun to leave her on-field for the concept of this video to trigger more superconducts. These two Electros might not be enough to keep up Electro application. I don't want these ones to trigger reactions. The Electro units I want to be just raw damage dealers.
Okay, I just want to
Third
see
guy
this
completely
run,
screws
man.
with anything we want to do with this team. Yeah,
I
we're gonna
just-
do the second. Yeah, it's just Dia and Siege Queen team.
Yeah, okay, he ended up swapping to
Question.
Sucrose. Okay,
No, the
makes
first
sense.
You butthole. That works, I guess. You get knocked back from superconducts? No, you're getting knocked back from sucrose. Oh my god, these stupid paper thin enemies. These guys should be like the one circumstance on the second side I can show the AoE damage in Abyss, but then they just get knocked back by the lightest blow of wind. You know, get wrecked.
Not too far now.
I think it's actually a little bit harder than I expected to trigger Auron consistently in this team for the damage bonus. I don't even know if I'm getting it, realistically. But it's fine. It's an Aura and CITLALI team. Who cares? Alright, it looks like we're not quite reaching a 1.5-minute threshold, but it's not that far away. Do I try to optimize
Oh,
this?
this is such an abomination, man.
You're free now.
Oh boy.
I might try to optimize. Oh, I mean, okay. Well,
Okay, that's enough. That I've watched enough. That's enough of that. I've seen enough. My goodness. You should test it. You guys think we can clear in less than 3 minutes on the first side with that team? You know, I'm pretty sure Shalonen is better than Sucrose.
By royalty,
Farewell. Tell me what you see.
show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of Eastling.
As you wish, Mainfront. Go. You're free now.
Laline, East Papa, get him. Get to work.
No rest for the.
Odds, fulfill our pact. You two, time to end.
Time to say hello.
Shadow Ring. Get to work. Laline, Papa, get him.
Tell me what you see.
We got this, chat.
Many brave names echo. Fulfill our pact.
Not too far now.
Suffer the wrath of Eastling.
Midnight. Time to say hello.
I don't know how we got some pyro there, but I mean, we got some pyro, I guess. Okay, that's actually less bad than I expected, though.
Tell me what you see.
Suffer the wrath of Eastling. Midnight. Incoming.
No! I wanted to use the oh, fuck.
Time to say hello.
Get to work. Fulfill our pact. Incoming. Odds incoming.
Less bad, just say better. Better implies that it's like any amount of good. Less bad is more accurate to convey my feelings on it. Alright. Let's just do, like, no brain team.
I'm going in.
I don't know why I did that, but...
Wind strike.
I don't have official. Is Malika a good substitute? Oh boy.
Free. Tell me what you see.
Show no mercy. You two. Time to end them. Wings of dark.
Not too far now. Time to say hello.
You've improved a lot.
Farewell. Go. You're free now.
Show no mercy. CITLALI. It's Papa. On.
Tell me what you see. Not too far now.
Suffer the wrath of Eastling. Fulfill our pact.
What am I doing with my life, man?
Go. You're free now.
CITLALI. It's Papa. Get him. Bring it. Wings of dark. Fulfill our pact.
Free.
Oh fuck, that's real bad.
My royal
You've improved a lot.
Time to say hello.
I summon thee. Shadow Raven.
Okay, we're fine. Woo! We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. We're fine, we're okay. This is the first time I've seen it do it twice.
Overrule. Going in. Let's light it up.
Wind strike.
I'm stuck. Hey! We got a plunge, let's go!
Teamwork is
Why did I do that?
Wind strike.
going in.
Okay, why did I do any of that? Okay, let's fucking...
Is where
Gather.
Let's light it up.
Okay, we might not have enough time, actually. 130? 130. Oh. We do have a lot of apps, so maybe we'll be fine. These guys aren't that tanky.
On reveal.
Go. You're free now.
Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of bring it.
Not too far now. Tell me what you. Midnight.
You two. Time to end them. Get to work.
Fuck!
Time to say hello.
Bring it.
I didn't know they shielded back up that fast, honestly.
CITLALI.
But I think we'll still be fine, because we actually break them so fast.
Be free. Tell me what you see.
Fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath of Eastleaf.
Go. You're free now. Not too far now.
Get to work. Shoot.
Yeah. Easy clap, chat. Easy fucking clap. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Oh, it's awful.
Stabilize.
Everybody stand back.
Come on. Nope.
Lay to bed. Gather.
Teamwork is strict.
Twin strike.
You gotta intentionally let yourself get hit by that so that he doesn't roll around too much. Alright, I think we have enough time. I don't think we can kill it in 1 down, but we have enough time to do 2 downs.
Fulfill our pact. Get to work. CITLALI.
Free. Tell me what you see.
And we down it real fast.
Midnight Ven.
Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of Eastleaf.
Go. You're free now.
Hear the echoes of the valley. By royal
Oh, he dodged? Nah, it's fucked, dude.
fulfill our pact. You two. Time.
Farewell. Time to say hello.
Get him. Show no mercy. Letting brave names echo. CITLALI. East Papa. Get him. Get to work.
Be free. Go. You're free now.
On.
Saluna should be proud of this monstrosity? No, I think Saluna should be ashamed of this, not proud.
You two. Time to end them.
As you wish. Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Ooh, I think that was bad, actually. I think he's about to shield back up. Oh, whatever.
No rest for the wicked.
CITLALI. East Papa.
Farewell. Go. You're
I
free
guess that's
now.
fine. Chat, we gotta max star clear with super conduct CITLALI carry. Like, let's be honest, Auron probably did the most damage in that team, okay? But, I mean, technically this was a Fucking hell. Well, you mentioned this team in the post-release for CITLALI. No. No. You mean Fischl? I think you guys are underestimating 75% nice soul damage percent. And the impact of Night Soul Align damage on Void Shields. Like, this is an Auron carry team. How bad would it be on the first side? Wait, I want to try that now. wait, okay, let's try it first side now. What's my fastest team with the units that I have left available to me? Maybe this? I don't have Shiloden or CITLALI, so a normal Mawika team won't be the best, but this might be good. What weapon is on my Farina? That's not it. I think I'll try this. Can each maybe? I don't know. I don't think it'll be fast enough.
By royal decree.
Free. Time to say hello.
You two. Time to end them. Get to work.
Midnight. Get farewell. Tell me what you see.
Laline, eat Papa. Get him. Show no mercy. Bring it. Suffer the wrath of.
Be free. Go. You're free now. As you wish.
Get to work. Show no mercy. Laline, eat Papa. Get him. Bring it.
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
By royal. Hear the echoes of the valley. Fulfill our pact. You two. Time to end them.
Bro is more locked in than for the 5 melts. True!
Farewell. Time to say hello. No rest.
Show no mercy. Laline, eat Papa.
Not too far now. Go. You're free now.
You two. Time to end them. Get to work.
Midnight. Time to say hello.
Bring it. Show no mercy. Laline, eat Papa. Get him. Oz revealed.
Alright. Is this gonna be fast enough? What's on this side again? Wait, Chaska's not on the right bow, is she? I'm pretty sure this won't be enough then.
Let's light it up. Everybody, grab for the sky. Try and stop.
Attaching power to the spirit to life.
Open fire. Open fire. Burn it down. Venture. I'm going in. Let's light it up. Time to shine. Light up the blazing sun. Take me up.
What bow is this? English? Not ideal.
Rise with the sun. Let's light it up. Teamwork is Bullseye. Bullseye. Very well.
We didn't get max stars here, but like, yeah. I don't know, man. I feel like it's asking too much.
By royal.
Be free. Go. You're free.
Get to work. You two. Time to end them. Get wings of Show no mercy. Laline, eat Papa.
Farewell. Time to say hello.
You two. Time.
This one we should be fine, I think.
Go. You're free.
Get to work. Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh.
Time to say hello.
Fulfill our pact.
Not gonna lie, it looks okay. No, it doesn't. You're actually coping very hard right now.
Let's fly. Locked on. Bullseye. Strike a pose. Let lightning echo in some. Burn it down. Everybody stand. Grab from the sky. Take me up. Yeah. Shower me with praise.
Rise with the sun.
Time to shine.
Light up.
That's not what I wanted to do, but whatever.
Going in. Locked on.
Not too far now. Go. You're
Lolling, eat Papa. Get him. Fulfill our pact.
free.
By royal decree.
Tell me what you see.
Show no mercy. Get to work. You two. Time.
As you. Time to say hello.
I summon. Lolling, eat Papa. On. Show no mercy.
Tell me what you see.
Wings of darkness. You two. Time to end them. Fulfill our pact. Bring it. Get to work.
Farewell. Go. You're free.
Lolling, eat Papa. Get him.
Does Super Dog deal physical or cryo damage? It's cryo damage. That's why Shilonen is on the team, honestly.
Light it up. Grab from the sky.
Wait, why am I doing that?
Switching gears.
Why am I not just going to Chaska?
Locked on.
I think I'm an idiot, chat.
Open fire. Bullseye. Let lightning echo in song. Shout, everybody stand.
Burn it down. Pyroclastic surge.
Take me up.
Open fire.
Knock 'em down.
Yeah. Strike a pose. Let the world come up.
Rise with the sun.
Teamwork is strict.
Light of the blazing sun. Open fire.
$35 stars. Plus 7. Yeah, I don't know if we can get 3 stars on the first chamber. It's fucking rough, man. I mean, it's probably doable, but I kind of can't be bothered. I don't want to play this team again. I've done my duty. All right, I did it. I gave it my all. All right, and it was ass, and I did not enjoy myself. Moving on. I'll be right back. I've returned. Cease your widening. Guards! Use Kazuha first sight instead of Shaloden to swirl pyro on the ground. The problem is, we're not gonna get our cryo shred if we do that. Like, you're right, it will be better, but I feel like that's cheating, you know? But fine, let's do it. Let's do it, sure. What's second sight again? Right. Now we don't have to play Chaska anymore because we have Shalonen available. Change the sack frag. Oh shit. Well, whatever. It is what it is, I guess.
Show no mercy.
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
As one with wind and cloud.
Suffer the wrath of Eastleaf.
Wind strike.
As you wish. Go! You're free now!
Get to work. CITLALI, East Papa, get him.
Wind strike.
By royal decree,
Farewell! Tell me what you see.
Fallen leaves.
Adorn!
show no mercy. You two, time to end them.
Midnight. Not too far now. Time to say hello. No rest for the wicked.
Fulfill our pact. CITLALI, East Papa, odds revealed.
Wind strike.
Go! You're free now! Farewell!
Shadow Wick. Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath.
Clouds high.
I didn't get it. I'm an idiot.
Tell me what you see. Not too far now.
By royal decree, get to work. You two, time to end them.
Time to say hello. Farewell!
I don't need to get pyro on this.
Everybody stand.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Wrath from the sky.
That sucks.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
That really fucking sucks.
Plastic surge.
Rev the engine. Switching.
Let's light it up.
Bring it.
I'm going in.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Wrath from the sky.
Whatever. It worked.
Very well.
We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're okay. It's fine. We're okay. It's fine. We're okay. It's fine. We fucked up, but it worked out. Countered by vertical combat. True. Blessing put in some work. Yeah, it did. Holy shit, chat. Max started with Superconduct CITLALI? Insane! I'll never play this shit again, dude. Oh boy. So Luna's secretly a genius? No. No. No, thank you. Goodness gracious, no. What rotation should I do for Mawika, Kea, Sucrose, Shilonen? Mawika E, Shilonen EN2, Sucrose E. Oh, wait. Yeah, that team won't work in AoE. Because Sucrose in AoE is gonna spread the Pyro Aura and is gonna be, or it's gonna swirl the Pyro Aura and is gonna be more than 1U. So Kea EQ won't work. I don't know. Don't play that team in AoE. I guess don't use Sucrose when you're in AoE content. You want to use Sucrose. I guess use Sucrose before Shilonen. Sure. Yeah, you could sack Kea. That's true. That's another thing you could do. Alright, chat. What should we do next? What's our next team? Are there any other CITLALI teams I haven't played yet? Like real CITLALI teams, not Superconduct CITLALI. I've done Gaming, I've done Chaska, I've done Arlecchino, I've done Mawika. Who else? I've done Neville. Molani, I guess I can play Molani. I'll do Molani second side. Maybe this team? I don't know. These are enemies that hit a lot, so I don't think I can get away with this. I think I have to use Baiju. Or I could use Shilonen instead, but meh. I mean, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do this team. Glorpemia says, Zajef, why are you so glorp? True. Okay, so first side, let's do another Arlecchino team. Let's do... We could do Vape. I don't like Vape as much, but it works.
Everybody stand.
I guess I probably should have done it like that. Whatever. rotation on this again. I kind of forgore. Well, whatever.
I see everything. Fulfill our pact. Suffer the light of the blazing sun. Triumph. Let's ride.
Right, it definitely wasn't that. That's for sure.
Burn it down. Everyone hold hands. Sharing my knowledge. Show no mercy. You two. Time check. Light it up. Wrath from the sky. Let's shred, Darcy. Get to work. CITLALI. Eat Papa.
Molani, CITLALI, Nahida, Mawiko. Yeah, right. But I have my CITLALI on TDDS, so I want to give that to Mawiko, you know? So I can't do that rotation. Oh yeah, I forgot to freeze the clone. My bad.
Gotcha. These are about to get dicey. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Whatever, I'll just do this, man. I can't be bothered.
Transfixed. Quietly now. Here comes the cash. Going in. Bring it. Let's light it up. Vent. Gotcha. Game's up. Run's over. Teamwork is dreamwork. Laid bare.
Nahida should be on TDDS? Yeah, I know, but I'm not gonna fucking change my builds for this team, man.
Burn it down. Light up the blazing sun. Light it up. Show no mercy. Suffer the committed to this carving wave. Let's wait for the you two. Time to wrath from the sky. Let's ride.
Okay.
Everybody stand! Here comes the cash. Busted. Transfixed. Let's light it up. Game's up. Fun's over. Teamwork is dreamwork. Go.
Oh, right, Marlekino's still on White Tassel, I forgot.
Off we go.
Give me that energy.
Get to work.
average Molani experience, but okay. It worked. It felt like ass because it's a Molani team, but it worked. Average Molani experience and it's Frodoika dying. Okay, but like, tell me, in what way is it Mawika's fault if she dies because a different character got hit by an attack that leaves a debuff that will deal damage after a few seconds?
Adventure
Like,
is right up my
buddy.
alley.
Anyways. No. No, the days of non-cringe abysses have been over since 3.0.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Is it harder to build Arlecchino or Clorinde? I mean, hard? What do you mean by hard to build? Anyways. Alright, should we do another one? Let's do another one. I actually like this a bit. Like, it's cringe, but I like it's cringe in a way that's fun. Perfect. This. Is it time to unbench Kazuha? It might be, chat. I think it is. Because I'm using both Bennett and Sucrose on the first side. So what do I use here, you know? Actually, maybe I'll just do this instead. I don't know, man. Both sides want Sucrose. But I guess Mawika benefits from Sucrose more. So this will have to do. Yeah, both sides want Sucrose and both sides want Bennett. Oh, fuck me. Hello? Oh no, wait, never mind. Good enough. Did it just dodge? I think it just dodged, shot.
Bring it.
Also, I'm pretty sure I just missed my swirl because my pyro expired literally exactly on the second that I... Well, whatever. When I use my wake-up bike? I don't know. Maybe I should have. I don't know if it's even faster than the E, though. I guess it should be a little bit faster.
Everybody stand. Show no mercy.
Ah, fuck. I should have my Kazuha on, I fucked up.
Laid bare. Let's light it up. I'm going. Wind strike. Suffer the wrath of.
Bunny doesn't get opening res? Nope. Energy.
Light it up. Hear the echoes of the valley. Things are about to get dicey.
My E missed.
Try and stop me. Stand clear. Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. Wrath from the sky.
What
Rev the engine. Bring it. Burn it down. Animal test 6301. Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Pyroclastic surge.
Pyroplastic surge. True.
Teamwork is You two. Time to end this. Overruled. Everybody stand. Wind strike. Suffer the wrath of. Light it up. Game's up. Fun's over. Light of the blazing sun. Try and stop me. Bring it. Stand clear. Heads up. Things are about to get dicey. Pyroclastic surge. Rise with the. Stand clear. Animal test 6308. Stand. Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. Wrath from the sky.
Huge. Evil Bowie could be like microplastic surge. True. Very true. Okay. Hmm. Oh my goodness, how much did you get paid to say something like that? Force our only time? We did that literally, like that was our second Abyss run. We already did the Force our only.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley. Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
The 4-star only go well? Yeah, it was actually pretty easy. We almost first tried it, but we died like an idiot, so it took us 2 tries. Time to see if Asia account can clear? Fuck no. I'm not doing that shit. Hell no. Hell no! God, no fucking way. Nah, I'm good, dude. Lanyon pre-release tomorrow. Lanyon pre-release is gonna come out today, most likely. But I think it's time for the CITLALI post-release. So chat, you can say hi to YouTube. People and welcome. Hi. You were the Prime Unix stream.
An insurmountable.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome! Hi! To the CITLALI post-release analysis! It has now been, as of recording this, about almost 2 weeks and a half since CITLALI came out. I'll try, hopefully, editors, sorry for sorry for the... What's the word I'm looking for? Deadline? Yeah. Editors, sorry for the relatively short deadline, but it is what it is. I'll try to get this video out before the banner's over. I'm recording it relatively late because honestly there's just been so much to do. If you've paid attention at all to my channel lately, you may have noticed that I'm pretty much posting a video every day now. It's not because I decided that I wanted to do daily uploads, it's just because there's that many videos that I need to get posted before the end of this banner. So this video ended up being a little bit later than usual, but we're still doing it before the end of the banner. And boy do we have a lot to talk about for CITLALI. As usual for the post-release videos, we go through the pre-release, we talk about what we got right, what we got wrong, and what we missed. And in CITLALI's case specifically,
Going into a trance is risky for most people, so don't get it.
in CITLALI's case specifically, I hadn't seen that much footage of optimal combos in CITLALI melt teams, and so I'll talk about the optimal combos for all the pyro carries that work well with CITLALI, and the sort of stuff that you can use her to do. So let's get right into it. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome! Hi! To the CITLALI pre-release video! We have quite a few new characters coming out in patch 5.3, and I know there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna wonder, should I go for CITLALI or Mawika? I want both, I don't have enough to get both, which one should I go for? And so because of that, this video is gonna focus a lot more on the potential situations in which a character can be good for an account than the pre-releases usually do. So here's your little disclaimer for that. In any case, CITLALI is a cryo catalyst. We can skip the kit overview and get into. So she gains 16 Night Soul points from her Ascension. Stick to this. Now, there's a few things that I think are important to mention here. The first thing is her cooldowns. Much like a lot of the off-field cryo options we currently have, she doesn't have 20-second cooldown on her stuff. Her cooldowns are similar. Her skill is 16 seconds instead of 15, which is a little bit longer. But when it comes to just how she's going to be able to be used in teams that are currently using the other cryo units, her cooldowns won't prevent her from being slotted in those teams. Her elemental application is very similar to that of Rosaria, one hit every 2 seconds, or one application every 2 seconds. And when you look at the current teams that are melt teams, where Pyro character is the one triggering reactions, there's really not a lot because there's not a lot of characters who fit very well in melt teams right now. The main ones are Gaming, who has very slow Pyro application. Wait, also, let me just... Let me double check something. Sorry, won't take long.
Get to work. Laline, eat Papa. Get him.
Yeah, okay. So you're not really gated by the speed of your cryo application. There's Diluc, who sees some play in Mel, who has very slow pyro application right now. The main ones are Gaming, who has very slow pyro application, so you're not really gated by the speed of your cryo application. Okay, that's not entirely true. You're still kind of gated by it, but we'll talk about. Actually, we might as well talk about them now. No, actually, we'll wait for that until the team section later on. But Gumming does kind of have a certain amount of application that's gated behind his enabling, right? Or behind your enabling, right? The way that Gumming's application works over time is he gets an application on his burst, and then he gets an application every E. But the speed of your E can change depending on the situation. The default best way to play Gaming in teams where application isn't something that's a bottleneck is going to be the juggle tech, which I'll explain when we get to the Gaming section of CITLALI's teams. But for now, all you have to understand is that the juggle tech lets you get a bit more ease on Gaming. So obviously that means your E's are going to be faster. Right, so that's the first way, and the second way is to ignore the juggle tech and front load 3 E's at the start, or 2 E's at the start, rather. And either of those things can be good on Gaming. We'll talk about that when we get to the Gaming section. Okay, so let's get CITLALI to shut the fuck up real quick. Being a little annoying. Alright, let's keep going. There's Diluc, who sees slightly gated by the speed of your cryo application. There's Diluc, who sees some play in melt teams for Dragon Strike bullshit, but I don't think very highly of it. And finally, Arlecchino. Yeah, I didn't actually talk about Xianyun teams for Diluc. The main reason why I didn't talk about them isn't because they're bad, it's because they're pretty much just strictly worse than the Gaming teams. basically the like quote unquote upside or advantage that Diluc Xianyun teams have over Gumming is that you're not gated by Gumming's E cooldown. You can just jump and plunge as often as you want. But as we're going to see later on, Gumming can actually keep up with CITLALI and get one melt for each one of CITLALI's cryo applications while you're off field. And therefore, if you were to try to get more plunges on Diluc, all that you would end up with is unmelted plunges. So it really wouldn't matter. And because of that, Gumming's just going to be strictly better than Diluc in these teams. But like I said, we'll talk about that later on. Kino, who sees some play in meld teams with Kea, because Kea's application lines up very well with her. CITLALI's application is slower than that of Kea, and I'm talking about C6 Kea. I mean, although it's also slower than C0 Kea, but C0 Kea's application doesn't line up well with Arlecchino, so. In Arlecchino's case, CITLALI's application is slower than Kea's. What that means is that getting your application to line up well is going to be even harder, and in most situations, probably asking a bit too much. Okay, so after doing a lot of testing, I think that it is actually very doable to get proper melts with Arlecchino. So the main thing is that when you're doing Arlecchino's default melt combo, or vape combo, I guess, her best option is N3D, right? So you do 3 normal attacks and then you dash. When you do this, you'll react on each one of your N1s. Each one of your first attacks, right? The first attack of each string is going to react. And those strings happen faster than once every 2 seconds. It's closer to like once per like 3 point something seconds. Or sorry, twice per 3 point something seconds. Like 1.1 once per like 1.6 or 7 seconds. Anyways, what that means is that you won't have enough cryo application with CITLALI to get all melts if they start at the same time. However, if Arlecchino starts her string right before you're going to get an application from CITLALI, I'll make a paint thing, but I hope editors will make this a little bit cleaner, right? You have your timeline like this, right? You have your applications for CITLALI like this. Right? If your first Arlecchino attack happens here, you'll get another one before your next CITLALI attack. However, if it happens here, right, against an enemy that already has cryo, you trigger melt, reapply cryo. Trigger melt, wait a little bit, reapply cryo. Trigger melt, reapply cryo. And you can end up getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 melts before you reapply melt before your cryo. So let's actually show how that works out in practice. So this is like the default. Oops, I actually got it too well. Fuck, right. And you start catching up a little faster. But as you can see, right, we start by reapplying the cryo right after the melt, but the more attack strings we do, the later after the melt we reapply the cryo. And if it goes on for long enough, our pyro starts catching up. Oops. But if you do it well... Oops, I accidentally did a charge attack. That no one saw that. Shut up. I should have my CITLALI on Fav so I can show this without having to rely on getting all my particles from a full rotation. Oh, whatever. Let's make sure we exhaust all of our Night Soul. And you can end up getting 6 normal strings and getting back to your equal down before before you lose your cryo aura. Or before your cryo aura gets reapplied too late to get another melt. We'll get more into the specifics of how you should build your rotations around this idea. But for now, as long as you understand that applying cryo once every 2 seconds can potentially enable you to melt attacks, even if those attacks apply pyro more than once every 2 seconds. The bane of things like this is inconsistent application. Application that isn't happening every X amount of seconds, but rather there's like an application, then a little pause, then another application, and then immediately another application, stuff like that. That is what makes things like this work a lot less well. However, that doesn't mean she won't be playable with Arlecchino. And the main reason for that is because you don't actually need to melt all of your meltable hits for CITLALI to be good in a melt team. Yeah, that's also true. But obviously, if you are able to melt, which is generally going to be the case in Arlecchino teams, that's a nice upside, you know? We take those. And a very large portion of the reason for that is this. Thrilling Tales is kind of good. When you're looking at character that don't have that much personal damage... Wait, let me also just double check something. Oh, right. Yeah, he dodged one of our apps, so it didn't work out this time. Okay, that makes sense. So technically it's doable like this, but it's kind of inconsistent. Okay, good to know. Yeah, if he dodges the thing, we lose our app. So you're still better off dash canceling the charge attack, but it may not be necessary depending on the scenario. Actually, no, yeah, no. Well, whatever. Whatever. It is what it is. Okay. Let's get back to recording. Sorry for the little sidetrack. Support weapons tend to be quite good. And as it turns out, getting the equivalent of a full main stats worth of stats just from a weapon is kind of insane. If you compare this to other support weapons, right? You compare it to Elegy, for example. Elegy gives a team-wide buff of 100 EM and 20% attack, which is about half of a Sans and half of a Sans. So you get a similar buff to a Sans and half of a Sans. So you get a similar buff to a 5-star buff weapon on a 3-star buff weapon. Now obviously this only applies to one character and doesn't have great uptime. However, in teams where that's not an issue, in teams where you only have one character doing their damage and their uptime lasts for less than 10 seconds, this is a massive buff. And you get that on a weapon that everyone has available to them. That buff, paired with the fact that she shreds power resistance by 20% and has an okay-ish amount of personal damage herself, makes it so that even if you end up losing a few melts, it's still very possible that you gain damage from the fact that the melts you do get do a lot more damage from the buffs that you got. And even the hits that aren't melting, well, they're not losing as much damage because you have that attack buff and that shred res, or that res shred. All of this to say, CITLALI doesn't need to be a perfect cryo applicator to be competitive with other cryo applicators in their slots. She also has access to the Cinder City artifact set because she's an Atlan character, which gives a 40% damage buff. And because of that, her not necessarily lacking, but like not amazing cryo application is generally still gonna be enough. All right, now we do the constellations because we don't care about that. But yeah, for weapons, honestly, I really don't have too much to add. TDDS is just the GOAT. I don't think there's any team where I would recommend something other than TDDS, unless you have Versig, in which case, like, it might be slightly better than TDDS, but, like, yeah, definitely not worth getting. The main, like, downside to TDDS that I didn't end up talking too much in the pre-release is that There's a decent amount of CITLALI teams where you do rotations that are less than 20 seconds, and if that's what you're doing, then your TTDS is on cooldown for the second rotation. But the thing is, outside of her SIG, it's still her best weapon by a pretty large margin, even if you're only getting it every other rotation. So, yeah, it's like, yeah. 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 And like I've already said, yeah. Artifact sets broken. So, artifact sets. I've already talked about Cinder City, obviously, and I would say never use anything else. CITLALI, unlike Shilonen, is a character where her stats actually matter, and what that means is that having to go ER Sands doesn't feel great with Shilonen. Okay, the one thing I will say about this, though, is that just like many other characters, running more ER than you actually need is always going to be more comfortable. And the sort of ER requirements that she has in most of her teams tend to make it so that with EM Sands, it's hard to get enough ER to actually be comfortable. So while yes, you feel the impact of running ER Sands over EM, I'd say that in most situations, I actually think that's what you should do. All right, so once I talk about the artifacts stats, right? I don't actually think I end up. You can do the same thing with like mixing and matching EM crit or EM cryo EM stuff like that. And finally, I don't even end up recommending ER as on the sense at a baseline. I think that was wrong. You personally, I ended up swapping to ER Sands, and honestly, I've been on ER Sands and I haven't felt the desire to change that pretty much since I gave her this. I tend to have more ER than I... Wait, okay, she's not supposed to be on this. I tend to have more ER than I need at 186, but if I'm at like 140, it tends to be really tight, and if I kill the enemies before the end of my rotation, if I don't get my second Night Soul Burst proc, or something like that, I don't have enough ER, and then CITLALI starts feeling like ass. Because she's very reliant on her burst. So... Yo. We get into the teams. CITLALI is a character that is a melt character, right? She's an EM-focused character that shreds pyro resistance. She also shreds hydro resistance, but that part is a lot less significant. So the main teams we'll be looking at are melt teams. When you look at the current teams that we have, there's Gaming and Arlecchino. And then there's also some Vape Melt bullshit with some other characters, but Vape Melt is fake as when you trigger freeze on an enemy, the frozen aura can be used to trigger melt, but against bosses that doesn't work because the frozen aura never appears. And on top of that, even against freezable enemies, characters that hit with blunt attacks like Diluc will shatter instead of melting. That being said, because the buffs that CITLALI gives are fairly large, and because she's also a defensive utility unit, it means that it's going to enable some quote-unquote melt teams that are actually teams where you get a few melts from CITLALI, even if CITLALI is not enough cryo to reliably melt all you could melt, just getting a few melts as an upside of your defensive utility unit. The character that's gonna gain the most from CITLALI, in my opinion, is Gaming, and it's not even close. Gaming's melt teams... Yeah, I definitely stand by that. I think Gaming is probably the character that got the biggest upgrade to his teams from CITLALI. For two main reasons. One, Gaming is a character that is entirely melt focused, in the sense that other melt or vape carries have internal cooldown on their stuff and can only end up reacting a certain portion of their damage. Some of them, it's a relatively small amount, like Arlecchino, and for those characters, while they're going to be good in reaction teams, they're not going to be reliant on those reactions to be good units. Some of them, like Hu Tao, are going to have a lot larger of a portion of their damage that's reactable. Gaming is pretty much the only character where all of his damage is reactable. Technically, that's also kind of the case for Plunge Diluc if you don't use his burst, but like... and what that means is that he's a lot more reliant on being played in those teams. And therefore, he's going to get a bigger upgrade from those reaction teams being better options for him. That's the first reason. And the second reason is that Gaming's relatively longer animation times, compared to a lot of other units, lead to relatively natural 20+ second rotations, which means that you actually get to use TTDS every rotation without having to slow yourself down. Anyways. Are right now are not it. They're good and they can perform very well in speedruns, but they feel so bad to play. Having that additional defensive utility from CITLALI while also having a character that isn't circle impact and provides a lot more to the teams than the characters that are currently used in Gaming Melt teams is going to be a massive deal. Now, will Gaming be the best CITLALI team? I don't think so. But will CITLALI be the best Gaming team? Most likely. Arlecchino! Yeah, not only is CITLALI part of Gaming's best team, I think it's actually very reasonable to say that Gaming is now very much in the running when you're talking about the best 3 pyro carries. Right? If you look at pyro carries that aren't dog shit, you're thinking about Mawika, Arlecchino, Hu Tao, Linny. I think you... And yeah, obviously there's channeling as well, but we're talking about on-field carries, right? And I think that most people would agree that Mawika and Arlecchino are the best two. But when it comes to who the third best one is, between Linny, Hu Tao, and now Gaming, I'm actually starting to lean more towards Gaming over the other two. Gaming is actually just really fucking good now. Obviously, he's Constellation reliant. Gaming without C6 is honestly not particularly good. But, still. He's actually a very, like, properly strong unit now. So that's pretty good. That's Pog. No, also Pog. If you look at the... Oh yeah, but yeah, before we move on from Gaming, let's talk about, why he works so well with CITLALI. So when you look at how your CITLALI rotations work, or how your application from CITLALI works, CITLALI's skill applies 1 unit of cryo, and her burst applies 2 units of cryo. That means that in most cases, if you skill burst, after your burst, you're gonna end up with no aura. Either no aura or a cryo aura. Because you're applying 3 units of cryo in quick succession. With the second hit being 2 units, which will always wipe anything that isn't a pyro app of, or a pyro aura of more than 1 U. Then, if the burst is what gave you enough Night Soul to go over 50, you'll immediately apply another instance of cryo from her off-field cryo from the Night Soul. And then that's going to start applying cryo every 2 seconds. That being said, you will also get the application from your Spirit Vessel Skull that explodes, and that is going to happen is gonna happen around around the second hit of CITLALI's off-field cryo hits, which is the one that doesn't apply, right? CITLALI hits every second and applies cryo every other hit. And so what's going to end up happening is after you burst, you'll get your cryo up from your skill, or from your off-field. And then 1 second later, you'll get your Spirit Skull explosion, or Spirit Vessel Skull explosion. And then 1 second later, you're going to get your second application from your off-field. And from that point onwards, you're applying cryo every 2 seconds. What that means is that at the very start, you have a bit of front-loaded cryo application, which can allow you to react to more things if you have multiple things that need to be reacted early into a rotation. In Gaming's case, or actually wait, yeah, let me get back on Fab as well. Okay. And so, when it comes to your off-field application after your burst, you get 1 from the first hit, then 1 from Spirit Vessel, and then 1 second later you get your second 1 from the off-field, and then you get another 4. For a total of 7 total applications. Now, the time that it takes for you to swap from CITLALI to Gaming and use his burst is just enough time that your first hit from your off-field will hit before Gaming's burst. Then, even if you use your E instantly after that, even if you use your Gaming's E instantly after that, the Spirit Vessel Skull Explosion is going to apply the cryo that you need to melt that E. And then when you catch your Manchai and you use a second E in quick succession, assuming you don't do the Juggle Tech, the second application from CITLALI's off-field is going to be what you need to react that. And from then, you get a cryo up every 2 seconds. Now, if you don't do the Juggle Tech, but you do chase Manchai, you'll be able to E about once every 2 seconds. And so as long as you chase Manchai, if you just stay in place and spam E on Gaming, you'll be Eing a little bit slower than once every 2 seconds. And that means you might end up in a situation where you get 2 cryo amps in a row without getting a melt from one of those amps. That's not ideal. That being said, if you try to do the Juggle Tech, which, for those of you who aren't aware, Gaming can try to make it so that he always catches his Manchai after using his E instead of before. And if he does, effectively, you'll reset the cooldown right after using your E. And you basically won't have to worry about Manchai travel time. Right, so You can end up getting more total ease that way. And they end up being a bit faster. Versus if you're just spamming your E, where you can get ease early. You can get a few, but after that, you have to wait for the travel time for it to come back. And you get a lower total amount of ease. If you do juggle tech, you have to wait after using your burst a little bit longer before you can do your first E, right? Because you need to catch your skill, or you need to catch your Manchai before landing. If you don't catch your Manchai before landing, when you land, you're not going to spawn another Manchai. And so you're going to lose your juggle. However, if you wait too long, you're going to end up applying the second instance of CITLALI's off-field, the one that happens after the Spirit Vessel Skull explosion, before you do your first plunge. And you're effectively going to lose one melt from that. Because of that, I've found that it tends to be better. Let's just get rid of our 9 soul. I found that it tends to be better to ignore the juggle tech altogether in CITLALI teams. Just to guarantee that you get your additional melts at the start of your rotation. Especially because if you're playing with Xianyun, which is the strongest one of the Gaming teams, you don't have that much VV uptime. And getting one more melt before your VV runs out is a massive deal in terms of the amount of damage that you're doing. One thing you may notice, or one thing you may have noticed throughout this testing, is that when I have Nightsoul on CITLALI, I try to get rid of it before testing another, or before showing another rotation. The reason for that is because her application starts once you reach 50 Nightsoul. If you reach 50 Nightsoul before your burst, it will change the timing of your applications, which is going to screw over certain setups. That doesn't tend to be a problem in Abyss, because usually in Abyss, you're not going to have leftover Nightsoul from the last rotation. And it tends to only really be a problem in Overworld, but it's still something to keep in mind. In any case, let me actually show how a Gaming team performs. Because I think that's kind of useful to know. Keep in mind, the current blessing gives a massive normal attack pyro damage boost, buff boost, whatever. My brain struggled to choose between the two, so I just said whatever. Which Gaming can't benefit from. And Arlecchino can, so keep that in mind for the showcase. But yeah. Anyways, so here, a little annoying. This guy's also really annoying because the pyro thingies that you throw on him. Apply pyro so they fuck with your aura, but... Oh, and then he dodged my... Cringe loser. Whatever. But you can see the sort of damage output you can expect. My gumming build is like relatively average. He's on Crimson Witch, just whatever. But yeah, it's pretty strong. The current Arlecchino teams that can slot in defensive options, right? You may notice that you don't really have the best choices. There's no Hydro Shielder, and Arlecchino can't be healed. So if you're looking for vape teams with defensive options, you're gonna go for Singto most likely. But again, the fact that she can't be healed is actually kind of a big deal for Singto. I think people often underestimate the amount of survivability they get from Singto's orbitals. But also, Arlecchino's inability to heal means that damage mitigation isn't as good as damage prevention, right? Usually when you have healers, damage mitigation through damage reduction tends to actually be better than shields because of the fact that there isn't an upper limit to how much damage you mitigate. But in the case of Arlecchino, in order to heal, you have to use your burst, which is a massive DPS loss, not only because not great to use the burst for long animation time and relatively low damage, but also because clearing your Bond of Life means that your next rotation will do less damage as well. And so Singto's not a great defensive utility option for Arlecchino. And outside of that, when it comes to Hydro characters, you don't really have other options for defensive utility. Which means that if you're looking for defensive utility for Arlecchino teams, you're not going to play a vape team. Most likely, you're going to use Zhongli. Now, technically, you can use Zhongli in a vape team, but it works, but it's not, like, ideal, because Zhongli doesn't have that much synergy. You could also, I guess, use Diona, but Diona doesn't really allow a lot of melts and doesn't have particularly strong buffs. The release of CITLALI will allow for something like right now, if you're looking at Arlecchino teams with defensive utility, the main ones you'll do are Zhongli Hydro, Zhongli Shilonen, or Zhongli Kazuha. In all three of those, CITLALI is going to be better than Zhongli because she has the same shred. She gives more attack than TOM Zhongli. She has 40% damage percent, and she allows Arlecchino to melt a few of her attacks. And because Arlecchino's damage is front-loaded, right, at the start of your rotation, your 130 Bond of Life, and your Bond of Life goes down with your attacks, her biggest hit is her first one, and her first one will be vape, or will be melted. So that's a pretty big deal. And because of that, CITLALI is going to be very nice for Arlecchino teams. For the other part... Yeah, so let's talk about how Arlecchino's application ends up lining up with CITLALI. We've already explained how, like, you want to have the application, or you want to effectively end up using your or getting your pyro app from Arlecchino right before you're about to get a cryo app from CITLALI, right? We've already talked about that, but let's explain how that happens in practice. So, if you do a normal setup on Arlecchino, like with this, as you can see, we don't actually get anything. We don't even get a single melt. Not one. That's bad, obviously. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. The reason for that is because we are losing, or sorry, we're getting a pyro app on the enemy from the charge attack before CITLALI's first hit. Before the explosion from the Spirit Vessel's Skull. Sorry, before the first hit from the off-field trial. If you change your rotation a little bit like this, yeah, it doesn't help. But anyways. Does that mean that you don't actually have a way to deal with it? Or to do your stuff like this? No, it doesn't. Because as it turns out, when it comes to Arlecchino, right? You don't actually need to do the charge attack to get your Bond of Life. You just need to input the charge attack start. So you can do this, and you still get your Bond of Life. And so, the setup you're supposed to do... Oh, fuck you. I had Night Soul left over. Frick you, CITLALI. I started with 4 Night Soul. Oh. Yeah. So the setup you're supposed to do is a similar thing. But you just dash cancel Arlecchino's charge attack. And you get all your stuff without a problem. For those of you that have signature, you need to get a charge attack at some point. Yeah, for those of you that have signature, you need to get your charge attack. So you need to, you know, fit the charge attack somewhere in your setup. But you don't want to use that charge attack at that moment. And so what you should do is you should just, instead of opening your rotation with Arlecchino E, you open your rotation with Arlecchino charge attack into E. And then charge attack into E and then do it again. But yeah. As you may have noticed if you were paying close attention to the aura while I was doing this testing, we get the third off-field application from the second hit of the off-field, right? The hit after the Spirit Vessel explosion. We get that third hit right after we melt from the second hit, the one from the Spirit Vessel skull explosion. What that means is that if you take too long to swap to Arlecchino and do your charge attack and then dash cancel, you might end up applying your cryo before instead of after, and that will fuck over your setup. And that also means that if you have really high ping, this setup might be rough to do. You have enough wiggle room that it's still doable on like 200-ish ping. But it starts becoming a lot more tight and a lot harder to do at that amount of ping. So just keep that in mind. This may be a bit rough for you. If you take a bit too long, as you can see, it doesn't work. Well, we still get the start fine, but we end up losing our melt relatively early. That being said, just like I mentioned in the pre-release, CITLALI is so strong in these themes that even if this happens, she's still better than the alternatives. Right? She's still better than using Zhongli. or another defensive utility option, even if this happens. A good part of that is because in Arlecchino's case specifically, she front loads her damage a lot, right? The more Bond of Life she has, the more damage she does, and she starts her rotation with a lot of Bond of Life, and that goes down over time. So her damage goes down over time, which means that as long as you're melting the first few hits, the ones that deal the most damage, you're not losing out on that much. Anyways, let's show the sort of numbers that you can actually expect to see. Keep in mind, I'm on 4 Glad, not on 4 Whimsy, but my artifact quality on Glad is actually really good. And if we start from 0 Bond of Life, okay, we didn't get a single crit. What the fuck? Okay, where's my crit? 79%? Hello? That didn't feel like 79%. What the fuck? That was like less than 50%. Like, what the hell? Whatever, let's try it again. Wait, I'm an idiot. I started with a little bit. I didn't mean to start with a little bit. Let's... Sorry. Oh, right. And this is, by the way, without swapping Shalota into her optimal set, because I'm too lazy to swap her off of Syndicity and then back on whenever I want it. But as you can see, we still get some pretty solid damage. And obviously, Arlecchino's biggest upside is her ability to carry, or not her biggest, but one of her big upsides is her ability to carry over more damage onto the second rotation. And then this Abyss is giving you is giving you 75 pyro damage to normal attacks. So let's take a look at what happens with this abomination. And then on top of that, you got a squishy first wave into a tanky second wave. So this is like the default. The default result. And we get a pretty fast clear. However, if you really want to see some impressive numbers, you can hold off on your second rotation, wait out your TTDS cooldown, and make sure that you start with 200% Bond of Life instead of just the around 160-ish that you'll get if you go through a full first rotation. Alright, so I keep at least 70% Bond of Life. And then I start the second rotation. Okay. That's... Something went wrong. I think I didn't have the fucking... Alright. Let's wait out. Let's wait it out at the start. Let's wait for the fruits. And as you can see, we pretty much one-rotate this guy. Pretty good. Not bad. Good stuff. Like I said, my Shilonen is currently on the same set as CITLALI, right? They're both on Cinder City. Just because I can't be bothered changing them around all the time. But you'd rather have her on either Instructor or Petra in a team like this. If you have the patience, the gear. But yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. Pyro carries, there's going to be a little bit less synergy, but it'll still always be a pretty reasonable option. CITLALI's going to be pretty good with pretty much every pyro carry. Now, Linny is a character that can get a bit confusing sometimes. Linny gains a massive amount of damage percent when he's hitting enemies that are affected with pyro. That means that triggering reactions makes it so that he can't access a good amount of his self buffs. However, it's still not bad to trigger reactions. And your defensive options in Linny teams are kind of shit. And so much like Arlecchino, Linny is going to quite appreciate having CITLALI. CITLALI's relatively slow application means that you'll only melt a few of your hits, but for Linny, that's not really that big of a downside. Like, yes, he'll do more damage on hits that he's melting than hits that he's not, but because he has so much more damage percent against enemies that are affected with Pyro, it's not actually going to be that much of a difference. There's one more Pyro carry, and it's Chaska, and CITLALI is going to be a great option for Chaska teams as well. I don't think I'll ever be all that positive on the idea of running Farina plus CITLALI because of the potential issues that Frozen Auras can have against bosses, but against non-bosses, it'll be very good. And even against bosses, it'll still be fine. Even if you're losing a few reactions, it's still going to be good. But you'll also be able to play a double Cryo Chaska team or a double Pyro Chaska team with CITLALI, and both of those should be quite good. She'll do a lot better than Shenhe's currently doing in Chaska teams, on top of providing you with defensive utility. Next up is the Hydro units, and Cryo. Yeah, also, there's another thing that I wanted to check when it comes to setups. I think there might be an Arlecchino setup that doesn't require dash cancel, but I'm not entirely sure. I gotta double check. I think if you QE, you don't need to dash cancel. Well, not like that though. I fucked up. YouTube play Superconduct CITLALI? No, do not do that to yourself. No, okay, it doesn't work. I gave it an honest shot, but yeah, it ain't it. Okay, cool. You could probably do it if you just add a weight into your thing. Like if you do like this. Yeah. Yeah. Like that would work. But God, that's cringe. Adding a fucking weight into any setup it just doesn't feel good. Or I guess you could just add Shilonen burst, but that's even longer, so like, meh. I guess I should also talk about the setups with The animal units. If you're using the animal units, you can do these setups, right? If you're using animal units, you can do setups so you don't need to dash cancel your charge attack. As long as you weaken the aura enough before you swap to CITLALI. You'll be fine. But you need to weaken the aura a lot before you swap to CITLALI. So you need to apply Animo twice, and if you're in AoE, it won't work. So on Sucrose, you need to either N1 E or E twice. On Kazuha, you can just E. I guess you might also be able to do it if you E N1 burst on Shilonen, actually. Right. Or, yeah. I guess I didn't talk about this, and I should have. Okay, I do need to mention this. So when it comes to these, to the Arlecchino teams, you can also, instead of dash canceling your N1, or sorry, dash canceling your charge attack, you can do CITLALI N1 E burst, or E N1 burst. N1 is just the first normal attack. Because effectively what you would, in order to be able to use Arlecchino's charge attack, what needs to happen is you need to have a cryo aura when you use a charge attack, which will only happen if you use CITLALI's burst on an enemy that doesn't have an aura. So you need to remove the aura before you use CITLALI's burst. But that means CITLALI's burst won't melt, and CITLALI's burst is like all of her damage, so that's kind of unfortunate. And doing the full charge attack animation is actually slower than doing charge attack input into dash cancel, which means that it's even more ping reliant. If you're willing to deal with that, then you can do it, but that's just something to keep in mind. Cryo units that could use her as a defensive utility and Hydro Shredder and Cryo and Hydro. But if you N1 after burst, that will fuck over your timing too much. Damage buffer and attack buffer. With Neuvillette, it's gonna be pretty okay. You have a defensive utility unit that gives you a shield, right? Which is the sort of defensive utility Neuvillette likes, right? It gives you resistance to interruption. And shreds Hydro and gives 40 damage %. You can't benefit from TTDS, and those are the teams where TTDS isn't all that great, and those are the sort of teams where you can consider the other options. All in all, it'll be all right. I don't think it's going to be a major change to his teams, but it'll give you one more defensive utility option. Mualani. Yeah, I think that's fairly accurate. The biggest issue with CITLALI and Neuvillette teams is kind of like the issue with Farina in Pyro Carry teams, which is that you have off-field elemental application that isn't conditional on you doing a specific action. It happens at, like, intervals. And because of that, it can end up being difficult to refresh element-specific buffs like VV, because CITLALI's off-field cryo application can end up removing your Hydro and preventing you from swirling Hydro, and things like that. After doing a bit of testing, I didn't test it too much, but I did do a bit of testing on Neuvillette CITLALI. It is something that is, like, noticeably annoying. It's not that big of a deal, you can deal with it, but it is noticeably annoying. That's something to keep in mind. Mualani is a vape carry, so you don't want to play her in freeze teams. However, CITLALI's cryo application is slow enough that if you have a decent off-field pyro applier, CITLALI will not be eating into your aura. And because of that, she'll still be playable in Mualani teams, just as a defensive utility option. Yep. Risley in freeze teams, and like more specifically, CITLALI sees a good amount of play in the burn melt Mualani teams. If you don't have a Dendro unit in the team, when you apply cryo, if it effectively prevents a pyro application. If you don't also have a fast pyro, your pyro unit is gonna melt, but they're not gonna apply a pyro aura for your Molani to be able to use. But if you have a Dendro unit and you have a coexisting cryo and Dendro aura, when you apply pyro, it's gonna melt and apply a burning aura that you can use to vape. And so CITLALI mostly see plays in Molani teams that also run a Dendro unit. Because otherwise the timing can end up being a little rough. Or in teams that have very fast pyro with straight lane. Teams. She's effectively competing with Shenhe because Risley Freeze teams tend to not really need defensive utility. And honestly, 07 Shenhe, goodbye. You won't be missed. Ayaka? Now Ayaka synergizes a lot better with Shenhe, but even then, it's at least gonna be competitive. The main thing is, compared to Shenhe, Shenhe shreds cryo a bit, and CITLALI doesn't. But CITLALI's buffs are, like, the outside of the shred are a lot more versatile. And she shreds Hydro, which is often not insignificant in these teams. Right, whether you're playing Farina, Yelan, or Xingqiu, Hydro Shred tends to be pretty valuable. Ganyu as a defensive option, it'll be okay, I guess. And finally, Mawika! Pog. If you want to know more about the synergy between CITLALI and Mawika, check out the Mawika pre-release video. Check out the post-release if you want my extended thoughts on it. It's even better than I thought it would be, where I go in a lot more detail into the Mawika CITLALI teams. But TLDR, for those of you that haven't watched that video, it's good. CITLALI is going to be part of Mawika's best team, assuming no changes from current beta to live version. Now, you are someone who cares a lot about... Yeah, and also, something that I haven't mentioned in the pre-release, or in the post-release, because I found out about it after I recorded the post-release, is the bullshit 5 melt CITLALI setup for Mawika. It's not a real thing, but it is. Basically, and I've already talked about how, like, in what ends up happening when you play CITLALI for your off-field app is you get one hit from your E initial hit, then one hit from your Spirit Vessel skull, and then a second hit from your E, right? So 3 in quick succession at the start, and then whatever garbage is left. Well, Mawika's burst animation is pretty much exactly... if you're swapping from CITLALI to Mawika and using her burst instantly, her burst hits here. If it hits after this... I guess my cat's in the way. If it hits after the Spirit Vessel Skull explosion, then there isn't too much to say. However, if it hits before, you effectively have one more cryo application to work with. And instead of being limited to upwards of 4 from the fact that Mawika's burst expires around here, right? Instead of being limited to, well, if this happens after, then you have to wait for this, then you get 1, 2, 3, 4 melt. Well, now you can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 melts. However, it's pretty much the exact same time. it seems like it's a 2-frame difference, which means that if you have ping above 34, it's literally impossible to do this combo because it's a combo that relies on you swapping, and swaps happen server side, and 2 frames is 33 ms. So yeah, it's a fake combo. Okay, it's not actually a real combo, but technically doable, right? And this is what it looks like. Alright, that's 1 melt, 2 melts, 3 melts, 4 melts, 5 melts. 5 melts on the charge attack hits after the burst. So 6 melts if you include the burst. But like I said, fake ass fucking combo. Okay, it's not actually real, but it's nice to know about. Like, that's cool. Technically, Maoika can take advantage of that additional app as well. But yeah. Was insane? Was that first right? Yeah. For context, it took me about 80 minutes of resetting to finally get a clip where I showed it well. I'm not exaggerating. That's actually the amount of time it took. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyways. Meta and is hesitating between CITLALI and Maoika. Who should you go for? I'd say that Maoika is a character who is stronger than CITLALI, but lower pull value because she's a carry. Teams with other pyro carries using CITLALI versus Maoika teams without CITLALI, I'd probably lean a bit more towards the pyro carry teams with CITLALI. But that's assuming you already have well-built pyro carries. So personally, between the two, I'd slightly lean towards CITLALI, but I think it's also important to realize that characters like CITLALI are only as good, are only good insofar as you actually need them for your teams. Which means they're very vulnerable to being pushed out by the release of other characters that fulfill their role in those teams. There's a lot of teams that we've mentioned where CITLALI is good not because she enables melt, because her application isn't really good enough to do that, but just because she gives a bunch of buffs. But a character that does enable those melts and also gives maybe slightly weaker buffs could very easily take her place, right? Yeah, so I don't know if I really stand by that anymore. Like, the idea I agree with, and that means that, like, you could see room for improvement on cryo carries that are like, or sorry, cryo enablers that that are designed around working well with Utao or other pyro carries that have faster app. But because there are combos that allow you to reliably get your, like, a good amount of melts on the what are currently the strongest pyro carries, right? In both Maoika and Arlecchino, then I don't know how much I agree with that anymore. Like, conceptually, theoretically, maybe, but with the current pyro carries that we have, I don't think that matters too much. If you're looking at actual forward melt teams, there will be forward melt teams with CITLALI, but a lot of them are going to end up running double cryo, right? They're not going to be... Yeah, I don't really think that's necessarily true anymore. Double cryo is still good. Cryo resonance is fairly good, and there's a few cryo units that give some reasonable buffs, or that just help you a lot with your application, right? If you look at Rosaria, you get some crit rate buffs, which are nice. If you look at Kea, he helps a lot more with the application. And if you look at Diona, at C6, you get an EM buff, right? Like, you have a few options, but none of them provide, like, a very large amount. They're all just, like, a nice little thing on top of cryo resonance, on top of making your reaction setups easier. Be able to rely only on CITLALI as your form of cryo application. Now, am I saying that will be bad? No, not at all. Double cryo will become a much stronger core for pyro carries. Much, much stronger with CITLALI's release. But it is a fact that for a lot of these carries, you will need to play double cryo if you want to get forward melts on your pyro carries. Yeah, like, for a lot of the pyro carries, sure, but for the best pyro carries, you don't. So yeah. In any case, all in all, CITLALI is a fairly interesting character. I really like the way they went about designing her kit. Assuming she stays in the same state, she's definitely gonna be an interesting release. She's gonna push melt teams a lot more to the forefront of the meta. You won't dislodge vape teams as meta teams, but you'll get a lot more alternatives to those vape teams from CITLALI. In any case, that is going to do it for the pre-release. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two, and I will see you guys in the next one. The one thing I'll add, the one thing I wish they gave CITLALI is I wish she had 20% cryo-res shred in her kit as well. And you might be thinking, well, Zajef, obviously you do. That would be nice for Ayaka. That would be nice for Risley. That would be, like, sure. But that's not actually why I wish she had cryo-res shred. The main reason why I wish she had cryo-res shred is because I wish she worked as a transformative reaction carry. CITLALI is an EM scaling unit, so you are going to build her with EM. And they literally just buffed Superconduct massively. They tripled Superconduct's base damage. And I do wish that she had Cryo Res Shred in her kit to buff that Superconduct damage, which is cryo damage. To make those teams a little bit nicer. Even if she did, those teams would still be kind of ass, right? There's still just not enough synergy, not enough to make them work yet. Maybe one day, who knows? But if you want to see some awful gameplay and horrible, anger-inducing team ideas, you can check out Soluna's video on Superconduct CITLALI. It made me angry, and it made me play it, and then playing it made me even more angry because it felt like ass. But we still managed to max star. Hey, we did it. We got our max stars in this abyss with Superconduct CITLALI. Okay, sure, Auroron kind of carried, and Fischl kind of carried, and Shalonen kind of carried, and in the first chamber, Kazuha kind of carried by making the pyro thingies explode. But hey, if it works, it works. Okay, Anyways, I wish she shredded cryo because the only transformative reaction available to cryo is Superconduct. Right, technically there's shatter as well, but that's not really a cryo reaction. It's a blunt reaction. Yeah, so I find it to be a little unfortunate that she doesn't shred cryo res, but it is what it is. In any case, that's going to do it for the post-release. CITLALI is honestly just a strong character. To, like, elaborate on Mawika versus CITLALI, like I said, I think it's just a matter of whether you already have a good pyro carry or not. I do think that the gap between Mawika teams with CITLALI and without her is pretty big. Right, like the best Mawika team is this. And Shalonen isn't like necessary for the team. You can also use like this or this. And when it comes to non-CITLALI teams, you kind of need to have Shalonen for them to be like good. You'll have some fine teams with Auron, but they will be significantly worse. Same for Kachina. But you've got like this, which is pretty solid. If you're comparing it to teams with like other pyro carries, you'd be able to do something like this. If you don't have Shalonen, you can do something like this, and it's less of a nerf to do this than it is to do this. Or sorry. Downgrading to an Anemo unit instead of Shalonen in these melt teams outside of Mawika is less of a downgrade because you're not relying on fighting spirit generation through Night Soul points. A team like this is really strong, and I definitely prefer playing a team like this over a team like this. If you don't have Shilonen or CITLALI. But if you do have Shilonen, I think both of these teams are honestly relatively similar in how I feel about them, how strong I feel they are. But yeah, that pretty much does it for CITLALI. Remember, don't spend money on this shit game. CITLALI is just another nice option for a lot of pyro carries. I've been enjoying her. I wish you had an actual reason to do this, because the pillow's so cute, and then this plunge attack is also so cute. And I wish it wasn't just ass. But I mean, this is the same phenomenon as the Xiao normal attack animations looking really cool. It's just, they always give the best animations to the part of a character's kit that just completely sucks. It is what it is. Anyways, YouTube play super conduct CITLALI, yeah. Don't do that to yourself. Anyways. As usual, thanks for watching. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, all the good YouTube stuff, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay! That's the post-release recorded. Let me tell the editors. Recorded. CITLALI post-release. Editors, so Zajef is controlled by someone else? True! I'm not my own man. Oh yeah, let's take a look at the usage rates. Arlecchino real high, that makes sense. Moika highest, makes sense. Wow. Nevilet almost fell below 50%. That's crazy. That's crazy. Cuz quite high. Kenichi's quite high. Anyone? Yeah. Auroron is actually the second most played 4-star, which is not surprising to me. That's not the second most, because his ownership rate is probably a lot lower than other characters, but still. Second highest usage rate. Which is not surprising. Bennett's still up there, which is also not surprising, but yeah. Charlotte is somehow played more than... How is her usage rate so high? Are people playing... Oh, right, for Swanee, I guess. For, like, Nevilet teams on Swanee, for people who don't have CITLALI. I'm guessing that's, like, all of her usage rate. How is Gumming not there at all? Gumming 0.5%. I mean, that's kind of the fate of 4-star carries, right? He's not that good if you don't have constellations on him. And even if you do, out of people who got C6 Gumming, how many of them want to play Gumming? Right? you will likely end up getting at least one copy of Gaming at some point, just from having an account, right? If they just decided, okay, let's give Chiori to every single person, her usage rate would go down a lot. Because there would be a lot more people that, say, like, or Klein, right? If they just decided, okay, let's give one free Klein to literally everyone, her usage rate would go down to like 5%. Because a lot of the people that didn't go for her on her banner decided to do so because they didn't really want to play her, right? But yeah, so like 4-star carries are just generally gonna not have very high usage rate. Plus, Gami's kind of rough on 12-3-1. Gami's only rough on 12-3-1 if you don't finish the Swanee Chamber with your bursts up. Like, I'll do a clear. Might have, yeah. That's like. Hmm. 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 I feel like this is like really not it, but will I be able to do my setups properly, or will my Auron procs fuck with my Pyro up? I don't know. Oh well. What's this again? Right. What the? Oh my god. He's deciding to be really rude right now. I don't want to use my, like... I don't want... I need to finish with burst up. Like, I don't want to use my stuff, but like, oh, whatever. I'm not Shannon over Shalonan, because it's more brain dead this way. That is not the character I wanted to swap to, but it's fine. Mm. didn't want to do that, but that's fine. What's this again? How am I... How did I have 2 auras on me? Oh. Fuck, I really fucked that up. Oh, my crit! My crit! Finally got a crit. Are we still in Magical State? No, he's not on Magical State. I'm just getting unlucky. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Fraudoika, the fraud DPS gets carried by Goat Roron. True. Do I have time? I actually don't know. I don't, okay. Let me not be an idiot then. Fuck. Fine. Fuck. Oh, good enough. Oh wait, energy, energy, energy! Thank you for dodging all of my damage. I appreciate that. Okay. Can you check my emote redeem? Sure. 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 Good emote. Oh, fuck. Okay. Is there anything else I want to do today? I don't think so. I think that was it. Which means... it is time to post the Lanyan pre-release video. So as usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. If you're too lazy, I completely understand. It has been posted. You can go find it. Here is the link. Go watch it. Go leave a like, comment, subscribe, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.